Just RE2R. I mean, honestly, I like all the new Resident Evil games. I like OG RE1 and OG RE3 as well. Code Veronica is not my favorite. Wait, did I start as the... Wait, did I not fucking choose a class? Why did I start with Deprived? Hold on, I'm gonna reset. I don't even think I was paying attention. I don't think I meant to start with Deprived. I mean, we didn't start the run yet, so it's fine. Hey, Parkeezy. You running the same rando? I think there's only one item randomizer for this game. So yeah, it's probably the same rando, I would assume. That last death, man. Neato. It's okay. This run's gonna be even better, surely. Somehow we're gonna get the... Dude, we got so lucky on the last run, though. Like, we got the Lord Vessel... Oh, I didn't want to pick up that shield. Whatever. We got the Lord Vessel and the Weaponsmith box. Oh. We got the Lord Vessel and the Weaponsmith box, like, right off the start. It was just insane. Although we did, to be fair, we did have to fight Artorias and Manus in place of Gargoyles and Quelaag, which was pretty bullshit. Yeah, it's... Okay. If he does it again, I can dodge it. Come on, try. Do it again. Do it again, you bitch. Elite Forfeit, thank you for the $2, man. Bro! What is that timing? Oh my god, and then he does it again. I should... You are such a rat. Fucking rat. Dude, he waited for the perfect moment to strike. That was absurd.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted him to scream, but not time it perfectly so it hits me the frame I get out of the fucking fog gate animation before I can even roll. He literally did, he did it perfectly.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Gargoyles is kind of annoying, actually. How many souls does this guy give? 800? Bruh! I'm dead. I'm not dead. How'd I die on the God run? I got blasted by a butterfly.
Oh, that's good. Very well.
Honestly though, yesterday I feel like I think I was just getting tired and I got kind of impatient. Bone Fist, this thing sucks ass. Okay, we've got a cheap robe. The Rite of Kindling. I mean, that's potentially nice. We can get a lot of Estus. Can I, like, bait these guys out? I want to try to loot the graveyard a little bit. Where's, of course the enemy gets free, dude. Maybe I just go for the sick, nasty plunge. I'm just gonna loot the item, fuck it. I want to loot this item, and I probably had enough time, but... Hey, we got a large... yeah, I mean, it's greed, but we're, like, at the start of the run. We got a frickin'... We got the large ember, which is really, really good, actually. Alright, well, 20 Estus, let's go. We are looking a little heavy. Got the Mask of the Mother, though. That's good. Old pine resin. Fucking butterfly, my nemesis. Yeah, coming over here is not really worth it. Oh, God. Dude, fuck this shit. Bro! Did I not? Oh my god, did I run myself out of stamina? Hello? Jump? Fucking jump? Did I actually? Dude, I looked at my stamina bar and I thought I had enough, but I think there's a thing. Okay, that was really fucking stupid. Whatever.
An awesome choice, stranger.
To be fair, that area, like those enemies that we had there was so bad, but I believe when you're on that last little bit of stamina, I don't think you can jump. Like even if you're at like 10% stam, you'd like think you could jump, but you can't. There's like a minimum amount required to jump or something. I was just afraid that the caster was gonna... I wanted to make it across the ledge before the caster shot a dark bolt up my ass. Oh well. Yeah, you can't jump when you're... Yeah, it seems like once your stamina bar goes past the second tick... Oh, let me jump there. I guess it's yeah, it's like slightly after the second tick that it prevents you from jumping. I kind of forgot that's a thing, to be honest. You can jump without stam. I don't think you can. It's not even learning something new, it's, well, more like remembering, I guess. Oh well. Honestly, the Rite of Kindling is cool, but I don't really care that much about it. Like, there aren't that many situations where I feel like I need 20 Estus anyways. It's infinite heals, yeah, but it's... doesn't really matter is the thing. Yeah, the large ember was good, that's true. I don't know, I mean, it is what it is. Crazy how many embers there are in this fucking game. How does the lightning butt slam work? The boss slams the ground with his butt, and it makes lightning. I mean, what do you mean? How, like the hitbox, or?
Very well.
Super Smo has like his hitbox lingers longer than the Ornstein one. Oh, 3,000. Armor Smith box. Oh, Chloranthy.
Come
Okay.
again.
The weapon upgrade system in this game is terrible. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. It is a bit archaic, though. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, come on. Please give me something that's... Oh, okay. Saved. I don't want to just go loot the graveyard. It's just there's so many items in the graveyard. Yeah, I do get the Murakumo so often. Wait, why is this box? Why is this chest? Can you always open this chest? Oh. I thought that it was only closed if there was actually an item in it, but I guess not. Dude, this, like, the... Fuck it. I don't even care. Is this gonna... This not gonna send me off the ledge, right? Well, yeah. I'm just overflowing with greed. I don't know. I just want, dude, I don't know. I want to loot the graveyard, but... Pyromancer has the blacksmith giant hammer. It's just his stats are not that good. The thing is, man, starting with... It would be cool if the stats of the characters were randomized, like the Dark Souls 2 rando, because it's... I don't know, man, it just feels like it's always... I mean, the blacksmith giant hammer is good, but I feel like I'm also gonna regret it because you have... I don't know, just the stat spread. The stat spread is just not good on the pyro. But I guess the pyro does start at level 1. Honestly, actually, I guess pyros. I mean, the main thing is the attunement. You have like 4 points in attunement. Everything else is okay, I guess. The thing is, it's a broken straight sword on the offhand, so... Yeah, well, no, it's... The thing is, Shiny Pockets, it's not about the early game, it's about the late game, right?
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Like, okay, here, guys, I'll give you an example, right? If you're level 50, like, your level ups start costing 20 or 30,000 souls. So by choosing like an inefficient class, when you start getting into the high level ranges, I feel like you feel it more because you're gonna have to spend 100,000 more souls to get to like a threshold that you would be able to hit on the other class. You know what I mean? Is Warrior or Bandit better? I think they're basically exactly the same. Because they have... This is 10-8 int faith. Warrior is 9-9, which is the same spread. You have 11 resist, and then attunement is 8. So yeah, Bandit and Warrior are basically exactly the same. Just the other classes... Like, the main thing is the other classes have more attunement, which just isn't useful at all. Alright, sorry, let's just go with the Bandit. I don't know. I kind of feel like I should have started with the Pyro. I'll be honest, I don't really like... I don't like the strategy of just starting with a weapon and skipping all the loot. I mean, maybe that is the best way to approach it, because by killing bosses, you get level ups. Just... I feel like you need to find the Lord, like, finding the Lord Vessel is so important. I don't know. You aren't picking up items, what's the point of randomizing them? Well, it's not, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You don't never pick up items. It's just one of the strategies you can do for the rando is you start with a good weapon, you kill like 6 or 7 bosses, so you get 100,000 plus souls, and then using those souls, then you start looting because you have higher stats and you're less likely to die and you can use more weapons. Dude, how fucking fat are you, dude? Oh! Dude, I tried to roll. Just luring doubters into a false sense of security. Yeah. Ella would check in the text file where key items were after dying. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. It's just... It's like, what's the point? It's just like rubbing salt in the wound. It's a weird way to look at it. Is it, though? I mean, the run is dead and gone. Like, no, having that knowledge doesn't really do anything for you. But I mean, if you want to know, sure. It's just for me personally, I don't really care to know. Been an hour and you haven't made it out of Firelink? Shut your fucking face. Bro, let me out, bro! Let me heal. Can I get out, dude? Thank you.
Sister Fister.
Doing a great job. Thanks, man. Okay. One of these runs, I'm gonna get the Lord Vessel as the very first item I pick up. Eventually. I got it pretty early on the other day. Yeah. Can you place the Lord Vessel instantly? No, but you could teleport with it.
Very well. Now,
What does placing it do? Oh, a bunch of garbage. Great. You're gonna miss not having the Lord Vessel in your next PB run. Well, I mean, the thing is, the Lord Vessel is at least guaranteed. Also, this is a good weapon, but... Oh. Kinda wanna stop looting. No, the gestures are just gestures. Stat requirements for this weapon aren't too bad. Man, I almost wish I didn't get this weapon because I wanna pick up more loot, dude. Because I wanna loot, but I don't wanna throw this weapon away. Can I get enough souls without looting? Checking the shops is like the main way. If we're lucky.
Come back soon.
Warranty. Fuck you. You know what? Whatever, dude. I don't care. I want to pick up the fucking items.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Looking kind of good. That was kind of sketch. Look at that smile. Good key for extra loot. I mean, it's like 2 items. Stop drinking Estus. I mean, it doesn't really matter, dude. Alright, I mean, I wanted to try to kill this guy, but... Honestly, I feel like I'm just gonna get myself killed. Whatever. This dude could have the fucking Lord Vessel, man.
You drink money. I like money.
Whatever, dude. Down we go. Give me your shit.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Oh, I forgot to loot that item. Oh, okay. I'll go back. I'll go back. I shouldn't have gone back.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Hey Vincent, thank you for the 4 months. Why is there so much heavy shit in this game? It's the issue is not really the weight of the equipment, it's the thresholds that are in place. Because I mean in Dark Souls 3, for example, in Dark Souls 3 equipment is still pretty heavy, but if you're below 70% equip load, you have the good roll. And meanwhile, in this game, if you're below, you need to be below 25%, which is like so fucking bad. Guy has. Oh my god, no. Andre's fucking dead. Maybe not. Dude. Why the fuck are you still chasing me? What is your fucking problem? Oh my god, just fucking end me. There's no getting out of this. Mid-roll is okay. That roll is not. Havel's armor. That's great. Now give me a demon great axe. Just fuck my shit up, dude. All right. We've gone through all this, and it's like... Hey, Kuraga, thank you for the 2 months. Agorius, thank you for the 26. Don't read Elemental Joints, thank you guys. Melina, Hoodie, El Nombre, thank you guys. Oh, Black Knight, that's great. Giant Halberd is actually really good, but I need 24 fucking strength to use it. God, I want to loot this fucking item, but it's in... Dude, this item is in the most troll fucking spot of all time. Not allowed to soul dupe. I mean, soul duping would be too OP, man. It's way too powerful of a glitch in this game. You know, it's so weird. Yeah. I actually should have... Yeah. I don't know, dude. I shouldn't have looted that item. There has been times, though, where I've been able to pick up that item without the enemies aggroing. But I don't know what causes it. Depends on who you roll.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
very good. Very good indeed.
Yeah, that was greedy. Honestly, if we're gonna loot the graveyard, I think we need to do it the very first thing at the start of the run. I mean, we almost looted everything there safely. Almost. Well, I don't know about safely, but... Or maybe kill things with the fucking unusable weapon that takes 7 seconds to swing that does 4 damage. Yeah, just kill everything, dude. I don't know, man. If you don't have the stats to use a weapon in this game, it's just... It's actually just unfucking playable. I do kind of wish that there was a way to make it so you could use like any weapon. Like maybe if you don't have the stats to use it, it's like significantly weaker, but at least just like the animation is so bad if you don't have the stats to use the weapon. Asking for easy mode. It's... See, you guys say that, but I don't... I mean, it does make it easier, but... It's just, like, tedious more often than not. I mean, it does make the run harder. It's just really fucking annoying. I don't mind using a weapon that does fucking 10 damage, but at least just let me swing it. It's just that the animation is so bad when you don't have the stats to use the weapon. No, you can't plunge straight demon. So what's going on, Salad? Well, we got all the items in the graveyard. And for what? Well, I mean, it's random, but... I mean, the thing is, there's... How many items is there? Six or seven? Don't fucking say it, chat. Ooh, Slumbering Dragon Crest. That's a good ring, actually. Slumbering Dragon Crest and Ring of Fog are actually really fucking good. I'm surprised we looted all those items and we still have our weapon.
No.
Soul of a hero and of a brave warrior. Blacksmith hammer.
Come again.
Another soul of a hero. Wow, that's really good. Yeah, shiny pockets. Oh. Well, I've definitely been there before, Salad. That's a lot of souls, baby. Bro, what is this? Oh my god, just fucking jump off a cliff. Bro, dragon butt and butterfly? You cannot be fucking serious. Got one shot by a channeler today with 30 vit and fap ring. Dude, the channelers do so much damage. Well, I assume he was buffed. Yeah, did he, what was it that one-shot you, like a magic bolt, or? I know his melee, I died before in a similar way to his, he did like the thrust attack, which double hits you, triple spear, oh, okay. Yeah, the channelers are fucking crazy. It triple hits you. Oh, I see. I thought it was 2 times, but yeah. That attack is so bullshit.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Come back soon.
I don't think you can get a I only think certain items can become infinite. Maybe ones that are normally infinite? I don't know. Can you buy infinite black fire bombs and normal fire bombs in vanilla? I actually don't know. Chester has them. Oh, yeah. Okay, that would explain it. I just want his tail. That poise is nice.
You print money. I like money.
Hey, Crits and Grits, thank you for the 5 months. Two-handing claw insane cheats. It doesn't, the hitbox doesn't even work if you're two-handing it, right? Oh, he died. Nice. Doesn't it count as like punching or something? Yeah. Oh boy. I actually think we can loot the item at the top of the ladder here. These items, or these enemies seem fairly chill. I normally like never loot this item, but I think it's doable. Maybe not. If I jump, do I die? Holy shit. By the way, Regal, do you know if you're like fat, do you move faster if you toggle? It kind of feels like you do, but I don't know if that's actually true. Don't do that all stream. I mean, I don't plan on it. I was just curious. It felt like it was like you were slightly faster sometimes, but it's probably just placebo. Do it to annoy chat. Oh, oh, I can light roll. That's nice. I mean, we don't have Titanite shards. Go kill shit. Yeah, kill shit with my +0 fucking falchion. We do have gold pine arisen though. Time to become fat again, probably. No, no. Wait, why am I making no footsteps? Oh wait, I have the dragon crest ring. I just didn't see the Oh no, you fucking don't. Is the blue? Why don't I see the blue on my feet? Is that only? Huh. Like, what actually makes that appear? Because I have the stand regen. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I have the green effect. I guess you can only have one effect, like, displayed on your character at a time. He has lard. Oh, what the fuck?
I'll be seeing you.
I've never seen a merchant have a key item before. He always has one? Oh. Well, yeah, he normally has the crest, but... I don't think I've ever seen him with a key item. In brace mode, he always has one? Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, he definitely doesn't always have one for me. Winged spear. He's got a light cloak and gloves and helm.
Don't get you.
Can kill him and get his key. I don't want to kill him. He has infinite homeward bones and blossoms. And he fucking upgrades my weapons, dude. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I'm back. We need to get upgrade materials. I wonder how many items Patches has. Like, I wonder if it would be a decent strategy to try to kill Pinwheel. Like, if you get a good weapon, just go straight down to Pinwheel. And then try to, like, free Patches. I don't know. I want to try to, like, switch it up, because I always feel like I just always end up doing the same fucking thing. What if it's Manus? Well, then you're fucked. No, I haven't been doing Shiva at all, which I probably should. I feel like I'm kind of throwing by not doing that. Maybe I should have just went to Shiva right now, even. Well, it's the very large ember. Did you see the clip of my fucking undead merchant dying, Regal? Oh. Oh, what a dodge. Oh, the cat died. Nice. Ah, for sakes. Whatever, I'm just gonna keep going. I should have kindled the undead parish bonfire and got 10 Estus again. I don't want to fucking go back. Leppa died to pinwheel? Oh no. Dark Ember. Oh my. We're okay. I don't have any 7 TB mods. Why? I'm scared what people would add. Is there an item over this way? I don't know if I should go. Bruh. Can't fucking use that. I mean, it's great, but I can't use it. I need 24 strength, which I don't have. Oh gosh. Actually not sure where all the items in this area are.
Is it not that much?
That's me and your covenant.
And here, if that,
See, what did you say, Regal? Only one item in the area over here, 2 chests on the way to Sif, and the 1 item near the cats. Okay.
I feel like last don't
Wait. Do I have to quit out?
hope you.
Oh wait, where does he move to? Oh, he sells in Quelaag, right? For some reason I was thinking you could use his shop here. Okay. Isn't there an item like over all the way over this way, like on a ledge or something? Oh yeah, I see it. Bro, that fucking... Oh my god. Dude, I cannot believe he hit me there. What is that fucking reach, dude? Holy shit. Yeah, for sure, Regal. There's like a fucking million enemies there. It's terrifying. I need to find Titanite shards. Maybe we should go... Well, I feel like we're just delaying the inevitable because the run-up to Undead Berg is so incredibly shit in this run. And then there's a fucking Titanite demon there. Dude, like, you cannot make this shit. Not going Hive-It early. I mean, I would just rather be able to actually have a usable fucking weapon. Because let's be real, you're more likely to die. Like, you could have fucking 60 VIT, but if you do not have a weapon you can use, you cannot slowly clear an area, and therefore you are going to have to run through it, and you're probably going to fucking die. This is horrible, though. I mean, dude, look at this. I don't know. Dude! Are you fucking kidding me? He crossed the ledge? Oh, there he goes. Ooh. This is absolute shit. Oh my god. That's absurd. Ah. Oh, I can go through him. This is not a good weapon, but we do have resin. Maybe we just try to kill, or maybe we don't even kill Capro. We just try to. Maybe we just try to go to the female merchant. Oh, well, let's go to the normal undead merchant, and then we can go to the female one after, I guess. And I suppose, I mean, if we kill these guys, we can loot this area too. It's just a basilisk there. Yeah, sorry, it's normal and female. I didn't mean it that way, okay. I'm so used to going to the other one. Oh, God. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's one of the worms? Oh. I really don't like this. I feel like he's gonna break free. What? Did he fall on me?
Well,
What do you got? Large shards. Soul of a great hero, though. That's good. More blossoms. And throwing knives. That could be good to, like, aggro somebody. Oh, a firekeeper soul. Zweihander, Great Axe, Scimitar, 3 different weapons. Coat.
Thank you, kind.
Ooh. Throwing knives will make Priscilla. Oh yeah, because they stay in the body. That's true. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, that company.
I mean, I'm like tempted to buy the ring right now. But I don't know if I should. I mean, we've already found 2 different rings. I feel like we should just buy it. I mean, the early game is the hardest part about the run. And we already found 2 different rings. Normally you don't really get your... normally you don't replace... The rings don't get replaced that quickly. I mean, if you find the FAP early on in the run... We're gonna be noisy, that's true, but... Buy it when you're overloaded. If I'm overloaded, I'm not gonna be able to fucking get here, dude. I'm just gonna buy it.
Thank you.
I want a light roll. Still don't even light roll. That's insane. Oh my god, it's so heavy. We're close though. We're gonna hold off for now. I remember, is there an item behind this guy? No. Not even much heavier than my current legs. Surprisingly. Yeah, that's a scary combo. I probably shouldn't have looted this stuff. Blows, dude. God damn it. Can I buy one of the 3 weapons? I mean, I could. Oh, great. A fucking crossbow. Oh, damn. Okay. chill, bro. I don't know if it's like if it's safe to run past these guys because I don't think they aggro right away. But I don't really want to kill them all. Bought knives for a reason. I mean, this Black Knight Halberd guy is gonna kill me extremely fast. But I also don't really want to throw. I mean, I feel like it would be good to know if I could just run past, but... All right. Dude, you have got to be shitting me. What is this fucking enemy? A fucking grave-lorded bone wheel? Dude, fuck off. You don't normally get it. Dude, fuck you. Fuck this game, man. Dude, that's bullshit. That wasn't even a fucking throw, dude. You don't normally get attacked there. There isn't normally an enemy that attacks you there. How was I supposed to know there was going to be a fucking grave-lorded enemy down there? I didn't even know the area was fucking grave-lorded. Oh my god. Whatever, dude. That's what you get for cheating to get to lower undead. Bro, you can get, by the way, Salad, you can get Manus in Capris Arena. I'm pretty sure you can get I think you can get any DLC boss in Capra Arena. It's fucking bullshit. I don't feel like that was a throw. I really don't. That was just bullshit.
In the age of ancients, the world was unfolding.
How is it always the fucking bone wheel? And this time it was a fucking red phantom bone wheel. I wonder if I could have toggled out of that. Somehow, maybe. This was not, dude, I was not ready to get attacked there. Look around before drinking. Yeah, but the thing is, the only reason I died there is because I think the moment I dropped down there, the area got gravelorded or something. Because I didn't see any red phantom enemies. I had no idea the area was even gravelorded. Hey, Oni Pegasus, Watcher up on the threshold. Thank you for the 2 months. They don't load in until you get down there. I guess there's no way I could have really known then. Gravelord option is bullshit. Yeah, it really is. Bruh. What do you mean 9 damage? Is he blocking me? How am I doing 9 fucking damage? What do you mean? No, you don't. I kind of wish that there was an option in this enemy rando to have a chance for bosses to like replace enemies. The thing is, fifth map made the DS3 rando, and in that rando he made it so boss you can make bosses replace enemies, but they drop fucking 200 souls. You'll kill fucking Soul of Cinder and you get like 500 souls. It's like, okay, that was fucking cool. There exists a rando for bosses to replace enemies? Yes, there does. Yes, there is, but that rando is buggy as fuck. Just... thought it was based on the enemy that it replaced. Yeah, I think that if... it would be kind of nice if there was a chance for bosses to replace enemies in this. Like, yes, it would be bullshit because, you know, obviously if you have a boss in a really bad area, you're probably fucked. But on the other side, you know, if a boss falls off a cliff and you get 30 or 40,000 souls early on, like that would help so much for getting the stat requirements to actually use the weapons you want. You just want free souls? I mean, it's a trade-off though, right? Like, yeah, you're gonna get more souls, but you're also probably gonna die because of it.
Now.
I just think the most annoying thing about this rando is getting weapons you can't use, because you are incapable of doing fucking anything if you do not have a usable weapon. It's downgraded to Man Serpent Greatsword. Oh, does it? What are the stat requirements for that? Oh, yeah, no, I think it actually is random. Maybe I should... I guess we can go down and see. what it turns into. Yeah, I think it's random what weapon it downgrades into, but we could go see. Maybe it's something good. Well, that's not great.
Goodbye then.
It's not bad. It's pretty bad. You're like, yeah, it has bleed, but if I can't bleed the enemy, it's fucking useless. Whatever, dude. I don't want it. I don't fucking want it. One boss day. I mean, I've had multiple runs where I could have just went down and rushed bosses. I prefer to loot because if I loot, I can find the Lord Vessel and the Weaponsmith box and the large ember. Like, the thing is, if I kill fucking 8 bosses, but I haven't looted a single item in the game, I don't really care. Like, I feel like it sucks to run through all the areas and not actually loot anything. I mean, maybe that is the best way to do it. No. Tell that to Hob. I mean, I also have done that strategy of just focusing boss fights. Looting is smoother later on when you have upgrade mats in the smith box. Yeah, but you're not going to have the smith box unless you loot stuff in the first place. Yeah, I don't mind rushing the bells either. I think I'm just spoiled because of my last run I got the... Just not having the weaponsmith box is so ass. One of these times, this dog is gonna drop the Lord Vessel. Well, this enemy. I've had this guy drop a Lord Soul twice. I think I've only ever found the Lord Vessel early 2 times. One was yesterday and the other one was... Oh. Well, Lightning Spear is good. Need to find a chess piece. Haven't found the Lord Vessel at all, yeah. I mean, it's very rare. I found the Large Ember a few times, yeah. Chunk. Wait, we can actually upgrade it. You found it twice today in the first 5 minutes, Salad? Oh my god. Whenever I find the Lord Vessel, it makes me so, like, anxious. Or I just... Not like you got to use it, yeah. I don't know, if I find the Lord Vessel early, I'm, like, so scared. Well, we should probably just kill this guy. It is 10,000 souls. It's kind of annoying, but... This guy's hitboxes are, like, super bugged. Cut tail. I mean, if I cut the tail, I might lose my weapon. Alright, thanks, Regal. Yeah, this fire attack is like broken for some reason. What if Tail has the Lord Vessel? I don't think that the Tails can have key items. I don't want to lose the Lightning Spear. This Lightning Spear is really good. I guess, well, I might try to clear the Gargoyles area. I need to get rid of Fat Roll. Maybe he'll have something good. Soul of a Hero, that's good. Some Green Blossoms, that's also good. Divine Blessing. Oh, he has unlimited Titanite as well. Drake's Sword, that's not bad. Ooh, a robe. Old Witch's Ring. 1.235. My gloves and pants are really heavy though. I guess we're going for the boss rush strat though, because this is a really good weapon. Gonna level up more HP. I don't need the hat. Alright. I mean, we have mid-roll. We have a decent amount of health. We've got a really good weapon. And this thing does 330 damage. 332. Which not bad at all. These enemies, bro, the fucking Grave Lord again. Okay. And I'm dead. And there's a channeler buffing. Oh. This guy hits me, he's probably gonna fucking one-shot me. Oh my god. Oh, the buff ran out. That's good. That fucking attack does so much damage. Alright, coming through. That's okay. Would I skip? No, I'm not skipping Resident Evil 9 to suffer in DS1 rando. This is chill. Big damage. I don't have Homeward Bones on this run, though, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. Actually, didn't Andre sell Homeward Bones? I think they were like 2,000 each, though. You have to boss rush with this? I mean, to a degree. With my current weapon, yeah, like 100%. We have to just boss rush. It's not worth looting anymore. We're probably not going to get a better weapon than this for a while. Yeah, he could sell bones. I mean, we killed most of the enemies, so it should be safe to go back anyways. Sells unlimited twinklies. Great axe, 2 shields, a cloak. Actually, we want to go down to Firelink. Although... Oh, okay, yeah. That's good. Channelers are fucking broken, dude. Level Dex? Why? Why would I level Dex when I have a weapon that is perfectly fine? All right. I mean, we could go kill Stray Demon. I guess it's fine though. Let's just go do Quailag and Ceaseless, and then maybe we do Stray after we come back. Oh, it's so nice actually doing damage. No, we didn't unlock Shiva yet. I guess we probably should have before we went down to Quelaag. What's up, Yui? You want to kill Mildred for many souls? Mildred only gives like 8,000 souls. It's not really worth it. And sadly, there's 2 invaders that drop a ton of souls, but they only spawn after you get the Lord Vessel. Only 8,000. I mean, that's not really that much. I don't know if I'm gonna play the new Poppy. I heard it's ass. I did buy it though, so maybe I should play it. I think it's Bed of Chaos. This getting Bed of Chaos here is like super free. Oh my god. That's kind of nuts though. This cutscene is epic. Can't believe we got the FAP from Quelaag. We got the freaking Lord Vessel from Quelaag the other day too. On the PB run. Yeah, I mean, we had to kill Manus, which was really annoying, but... Well, let's go see what Ceaseless is. I mean, whatever it is, we could probably fight it. Honestly. I mean, even if it's Calamite or Manus, we could definitely fight him, and they might fall off the ledge anyways. Yeah, I guess Gwyn would be the one thing that I wouldn't want to get right now. Surely it's not him though, right? Fucking nobody? What the hell's going on? Is it Priscilla? 4 kings? Oh, I have to loot the item though to fucking start the fight. And if I pick up the item, it might fuck me. But I mean, we already killed gargoyles. I don't know. Isn't it if you walk towards it? Oh, wait, maybe you're right. No, you're not right. It's probably not worth the risk, I guess. I don't know, man. Chat. I want to, but I... Okay.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
What if he falls off? Bro, he's... Can that hit the wall? That actually hit me. I'm throwing. I should have just teleported out. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. That was really fucking stupid. I don't know why I didn't bone out. That was actually so stupid. That was so dumb. You know, I don't know, I thought I could maybe clutch it, but that's just the damage output wasn't enough. I was just gonna get spawned. There was gonna be too many of them. There's the moment the second one spawned and the one was at half health, I should have just boned. I don't know what I was fucking doing. It was really stupid. That was just really stupid. Like I don't even have any, like, I'm not gonna make any excuses on that one. Could have left after the item. Yeah, but I mean, we knew it was 4 kings. I wanted to try to fight them, but yeah, my DPS just wasn't good enough. I really thought the spear would have been strong enough, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, I didn't think... I did not think to bone out there, but I absolutely should have. That was my bad. That's a shame too, because we had the FAP ring and a really good weapon, but alas, we go again. Yeah, that was just really stupid. My bad. My bad.
Welcome home, Ashenwell.
Hey, Lifebug, thank you for the 17 months. I feel like the issue is when I'm early on in the run, I just don't... I don't care enough about my survival. Like... Unless I get the only thing that will make me lock in is like if I get the Lord Vessel. I mean, getting the Fap Ring is really nice, but... What happened? I died to the Four Kings. I just fucking threw, honestly. Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was my fault, though. Oh my god, a gold pine resin to use on my plow? Well, I guess we know now if you get 4 kings, you need to really make sure that you have enough DPS to actually kill them. I feel like somehow, because of the arena or something, those 2 kings were so aggressive. It's not gonna hit me through the wall. What, bro? He fucking broke the. I don't really want to use the gold pine on this guy. I was thinking about it, but I don't really think it's worth it. Can I... I don't think I can chop that part off. Here we go again. Yeah, I feel really dumb for... Dude, that last run was, like, genuinely good. Whatever. I mean, the run is dead. It's fine. Move on.
Very well.
Come on, weaponsmith box. Hopefully I don't get a super heavy weapon. I'm curious, if I go... If I loot it from here, does this... This is a terrible fucking idea. Yeah, you can't really use spells at all in this rando. The problem is you don't have enough, like there's just not enough souls to level up that much. This rando does not make it easy to get over leveled at all. Well, yeah, I mean, if you duped, then all you need to find is one soul and you're like level 100. Yeah, well, level ups are super cheap in Dark Souls 2, which is nice because it lets you use way more stuff. Light Town key. Yeah, you also get 2x strength from two-handing, that's true. I feel like there's a good amount of variety of weapons in this game. It's just the stat requirements are super steep. Well, we can sell the gold coin for 5,000.
Come back soon.
I mean, this is great and all, but I'm so heavy and I don't have any souls. So, like, some of you guys might be like Pog, but it's not Pog, really. I don't have any souls. I can't even fucking use this thing, and I need like. Surely he won't do his giant AoE, right? Doing his leg smashes. Black Knight Sword would be good if we actually had... I mean, it doesn't even have that high of stat requirements compared to the other ones. It's just... I don't have enough... I don't have enough souls to use it. Sadly. Kinda want to loot this item here. It's probably doable. That kind of hurt. It's fine. Apple's ring. And that's good. I can't stop picking stuff up though. I can't kill anything right now. Unfortunately, we're probably going to lose the Black Knight Sword, and there's not really much we could do about it. I mean, we can... well... We could do this. I mean, we can use it now. I want to loot those items, but I think we probably shouldn't. Should probably just... We can kill... You can actually kill this enemy safely because he just drops... Oh god. It's a shame we didn't get a Twinkly. Yeah, no, that guy always drops upgrade. The Twinkling Titanite replacement enemies always drop upgrade materials in the rando. It's just random which ones you get. We need more health. We could kill this gargoyle. I think it's only like 2,000 souls or something, but better than nothing. Oh, bullshit, you hit me with that. Oh my god, I almost just died. So all of the unique enemy spawns in DS1 are randoed between a pool of other elite enemies, essentially. Ooh, a robe. Alright, I'm gonna buy that. I think we might be able to light roll now. No, not quite. It's close. Actually, wait. There's a catalyst here. Tony's shutting down Blue Point. Oh, damn. Yeah. I think this is worth buying. Because now I can light roll. Wait, no? Oh my god. I'm actually surprised. I guess this thing, well, it's close. I guess I should have checked. I just need like 2 endurance level ups. It's not that bad. Actually, not even. I just need 1. Yeah, I'm only 0.1 off. Alright, well this is good. I just really don't have that much health, which is kind of concerning. I really need to get more health. Yeah, I should have kindled the bonfire. Nice, there's a fucking vagrant. Oh. That's gonna kill. This is fucking bullshit. Fucking clipper guy. That is so scary. Okay, I think we can go up now. Shouldn't really be anybody else left up here. We have homeward bones. Oh, okay. I probably need to kill that skeleton. I don't trust that guy. Well, hopefully this is an easy boss. Oh, it's fucking Gwyn, bro. Fuck off. Oh, that's great. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's cool. Guess we're going down to Quelaag. I was I don't know. I'm kind of like, maybe I should have just tried to kill Gwyn, because you can kill Gwyn without a shield. You just have to you parry his like jump attack with your left hand. With like the bare left hand. But yeah, if you fuck up a parry, you're basically dead. I mean, honestly, parrying his jump attack is really not that hard, so... How do you deal with the fast attack? Well, you don't. You just... Basically, the strat is you bait his jump attack, parry him, riposte, and then you run away from him while he's getting up. And you like, keep baiting the jump attack over and over again. I'm pretty sure it's consistent to do that. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of risky. I mean, pairing him with the shield is, you know, risky as well, though. Like, you miss your parry, he could definitely still kill you really, really fast. Like, I probably should have just tried to kill him there, honestly. Perma-stun him with the Zweihander or two-hand. Oh, really? I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, you just have to kill Lautrec in the cell. Because you can open Lautric's cell with the Master Key, right? So you just need to make sure to actually kill him. Just gotta kill Lautrec before you kill the guards. And bait his grab attack and run around to backstab him. You can't backstab Gwyn though. Bro, is that Priscilla? I'm fucked. Oh, maybe Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn is going to be horrible as well, though. Dude. She's gonna kill me in one hit. Like, she will one-shot me. But, I mean, where else can I fucking go, dude? I mean, I can go do Sif, I guess. I don't know. This is... It's not even being a coward. She's, like... She doesn't leave footsteps in the arena, and if she hits... she's going to one-shot me. It's not like... Like, oh, she might one-shot me. She fucking will one-shot me. Honestly, I'm just gonna go to Sif. I'm gonna go to Sif and I'll talk to Shiva, I guess. I mean, if we kill Sif, that's 40,000 souls, which is quite good. When will I speedrun again? I mean, I plan on speedrunning Resident Evil 9. So, probably then. I forgot. Do we have key to the depths? I don't think so. Did I play the Elden Ring Nightmare Rando? No. Probably play that at some point down the line, but that mod takes fucking forever. If I started that mod right now, I would need to play it like 8 hours a day until Resident Evil 9 came out to finish it. Which I don't really want to do. Not right now, anyways. Oh, it won't finish this one either in time? Yeah, but this is kind of different when it's permadeath. The Nightmare Rando takes like 50 hours to finish. Hey, Tagger, thank you for the 5 months. Who's next? Manus? I fucking hope not. the thing is, I'm still really low level. I'm level 18. If I get a DLC boss, they're probably gonna one-shot me because my physical defense is really, really low. Actually, I guess I should just do Sif first, and then I can go to Shiva. Makes more sense, I think. Any plans to try Mugenics? No, I don't really think so. What about Convergence? I've played Convergence. A fun mod. I'm excited for updates and stuff. It's, is that Super Ornstein or ONS? God, that looks so cursed. Oh, it's a big one. Well, this is easy. I say as I get smashed. I just got greedy. I don't know if that attack actually hits you. I just gotta be careful for the butt slam. And his hitbox for that is so bad. Thankfully. Alright. Dark Moon Seance Ring. Well, that's 40,000 souls, so we can finally get some level ups now. We'll go unlock Shiva. I think maybe we just pump health as much as we can, and then we go back to Priscilla. Probably. We can also... Where is Shiva? In Blighttown. I actually don't know. Oh, at the bottom of the wheel? Okay. Well, actually, shit. This could be bad, though. Oh. I mean, we might lose our weapon here, chat. Actually, wait, can we join the Covenant and not...
And here. And here.
Oh. We don't actually have to get the Covenant item. That's good. It's not worth the risk. I don't know. I kind of want to try Gwyn with the left-handed parry strat. I don't know how to do it though, but I mean, I don't think it's that complicated, right? You just... I mean, we could go to the undead merchant. Maybe we'll go clear our way to the undead merchant and see what he has. He might have unlimited twinklies, in which case we could upgrade our weapon to +5. Which would be really nice, I guess. There are some variations on what he can do after you move away from him. He doesn't just loop jump attack every time. Yeah, I see. So that's kind of what I was worried about. Sony are rumored to be closing down Blue Point. Yeah, people were saying that earlier. Okay. Why do I feel like the dragon butt's gonna like fucking butt slam from up above and just fucking destroy both of us? Surely not. He would never do that. Does have Titanite shards. Oh shit! Ooh.
Thank you, Kai.
I'm gonna buy a few of these. They're expensive, but I don't really want to go back up. I wanted to go to the female undead merchant, but I don't really want to anymore. Does not have a shield though. I kind of need to go to the female undead merchant. All right, let's just take a look. Maybe the dragon butt fell? I don't see him anymore. Where did Pitchfork go? There's a cat down there. That's awful. Although I guess you could probably get him stuck on the doorway. And there's a fucking egg guy. Surely there's not going to be a fucking red phantom enemy down here again that instantly kills me, right? Well, that's not good. Dude, I can't even, like, get back up. This is fucked. All right. He is fucking baiting me. I feel like going through here is really nice. Oh, shit. Going through this area is, sorry. It's really nice because you can open the shortcut. Yeah, we actually should go back and save Griggs. I haven't been doing that, but I definitely should. Alright, what do we got? Some cheap bones? Yes, please. Fire bombs. Twinklies. Mm-mm-mm.
Come again if you please.
That is so good. Does he have a she have a shield too? Oh, and the crest shield. Oh my god. All right. We're in fucking business. Let's go. We need to level up our endurance 1 point, but that's okay. Is there any cheap arrows? Feather arrows, I guess.
Come again if you
Oh, yeah, I gotta open the shortcut. Well, damn. He also has cheap Titanite.
much obliged.
We're gonna go free Griggs. Dude, yeah, she is fucking stacked. Titanite, Twinklies, fire bombs, bones. Who's got it all? I'm like way too scared of this guy. Actually, wait, I could probably just block him, right? I know that like if you start getting hit by their 4-hit combo, it can just full to dead you so fast. This is such a fun enemy. Bro, God, this fucking enemy is bullshit. Fuck, I might just teleport out, dude. I'm just gonna leave. I don't have any heals left. Oh wait, I need 1 endurance. Oh my god, what am I doing?
Come again.
I miss the Lord Vessel so much. Actually, no, we've killed 2 bosses. I killed Sif. I forgot to increase it though. Alright. I think I'm gonna go +3 and then get... I would prefer to be able to light roll. +3 will be good enough for Gwen. We can get +5 after. Isn't Priscilla easier? I would rather do gargoyles first. Surely this isn't going to be a giga throw, right? I don't know. I wanted to kill everybody, but I was honestly... So many of the enemies dropped down, I figured it would be okay. That's not good. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not sure what I messed up. Like, did I parry? I don't know if I parried too early there. I don't know. We almost fucking died there just now. Like, I probably should have, honestly. I thought he was gonna kill me there when I failed that parry. Butcher knife, I guess. Light robe as well. Nothing great. All right. +5 in Black Knight Sword. That is strong. Yeah, I wonder why they decided to shut down Blue Point. Unfortunate though. Sony had them make a live service game. That's weird.
Well, what have we here?
Yeah, I'll try to talk to Shiva. Look at that fucking damage. Bro, this guy wasn't there the last time. We might have to... I don't know, guys. We could do fast Blighttown drop, I guess. I'm afraid he's gonna send me flying off the rafters with his collision. Maybe I can just hit him. I was not here the last time. Is this like am I getting like grave lorded or something? Maybe he just fell last time? I have no idea what's going on. Why was he so weak? Because my weapon is fucking +5. +5 Black Knight weapon. Oh yeah, Shiva, right. Said I was gonna check and then I didn't. Also, I should have bought more purple moss.
Hello again. Strange to meet you, but why you I met? We meet up.
Ooh, Soul of Priscilla.
I see.
I kinda wanna wait for the poison to run out. I mean, I don't want... The greedy person in me doesn't want to, but... I'm gonna do the Hob strat. Die. Hob always just waits out the poison here. I don't know how much damage oh man, you know, did anybody sell throwing knives? I guess we could throw some bombs at her. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've done it as well. I'm just afraid, dude. Priscilla does way too much damage. It's actually like kind of absurd. Where is she? There she is. It's fine, we do so much damage. A good thing we didn't lose our weapon. It's so gameplay. I was probably using a bit too many bombs than I needed. Didn't do too much damage. I do think she would have one-shot me if I tried to fight her earlier, though. We've done Gargoyles, Quelaag, Asylum, and Sif currently. This is fine. I'm gonna kill this guy. Pretty sure I could have hit him more than that, I think. Oh, just one headbutt? Alright. Black Knight weapons in DS1. Yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty decent. Alright. Well, I guess we'll go back. Go for Fire Sage. You can't even do Fire Sage. There's a golden fog gate. We should probably just pump. We should probably get to like 35 health or something. I mean, it's not like we need damage right now at all. And we can already light roll. Well, I guess we can go to Sen's Fortress. What about Stray Demon? I mean, we could do Stray Demon. I just wish you said that 45 seconds ago. I mean, Stray is not a bad idea. Put a 15 Estus? I can't. Honestly, you know, it's fine though. We could go do Stray, I guess. I mean, I'm kind of scared of Stray potentially. The scariest part about Stray is dropping into the fucking arena. merchant under the bridge. I mean, we don't really even need anything from merchants at this point. Although I guess the only thing that would be nice is some green blossoms. Also, we can level up a bit more. I guess we can wait. Girl almost sent me flying off the map. I guess we can go see what it is first. Oh, that's... okay. I don't know, you say baby seed, but it's like, I would... The more, like, you don't really want to get easy bosses in, like, big arenas. I would rather this honestly be like a fucking DLC boss or Quaylag or something. Oh, come on, dude, Oh, he's really confused. Yeah, maybe salad. I mean, 35 HP should be fine. I mean, I could go for 40. I don't know. I feel like I need to start going strength, dex, and endurance now. Another dragon butt. Oh joy. Probably could have went I'll just wait for one more cycle though. Alright, I guess we're just gonna go straight to Iron Golem. We can check the merchant up here too. Bruh. What an idiot. Dude, imagine if the enemy that threw the black fire bombs, like the giant ones here, could be randomized. Be actual... that would be so fucking bullshit. Thank goodness that's not a thing. Havel's Great Shield. Some more arrows. Ring of Sacrifice. He's got some light equipment though. Light helm, gloves, chest piece, and pants. Basically a full equipment set. Yeah.
Go along. Try and make
That's really good. Some poison daggers. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sure.
There you go. Another brick.
Out of chaos. Which seems kind of scary actually. Well, hopefully he's not... You think I can destroy his... I don't think so. we had it in Quelaag Arena? No, that was a different run. Well, shit, we're heavy now, but we could go back to the merchant and buy some light stuff.
There you go, another braid.
Is that enough, or... No, the pants are super heavy as well, 7.4. There's light pants, though, as well, right? On this, are they really expensive? No. Okay.
Go along, try and make some.
Maybe we should have just stuck to mid-roll and kept that armor for later. I don't know. Like, this is great and all. We've killed a bunch of bosses, but we still... I don't know, we've still just barely made any progress in terms of, like, actually getting the stuff we need. Because, like, this run is so much more than just killing all the bosses. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more important to... I mean, I do think the best strategy is to just get a good weapon and then kill a bunch of bosses, because that's the best way to get souls. Like, guaranteed. Why is there a Hydra down there? I mean, we do a ton of damage at least.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Hey, Frag, thank you for the 3 months. The thing is, for everybody who's like, you need to level up endurance. Endurance doesn't do fucking anything for you if you can't use the weapon that you have. Like, the most important thing in this rando is obviously, first off, not dying, and secondly, actually being able to fucking use the weapon that you have. That's kind of scary. I don't like that. That was quick at least. Can I hit its body? Yeah, but if you get close to him, it's like camera boss. Excited for RE9? Me too, man. Me too. This isn't so bad. Other Hydra? Wait, there's not two, is there? I didn't actually see what the other unique enemy was. Will I upload my RE9 playthrough? Yeah, for sure. Will I upload my RE marathon? I mean, it'll be on my VODs channel, I guess, but I don't think I'm gonna play all of the Resident Evil games before 9. I'm probably just gonna play the ones I feel like playing. God, imagine actually being able to fucking kill this guy. It's crazy. That was the good combo. And actually stagger him. Crazy. Do RE5 co-op with someone. Yeah, I'd be down to do RE5 again. I actually like Resident Evil 5. I know a lot of people are kind of mixed opinion about it, but I think it's a fun game. Bro, God. The fuck. fuck, man. Just go. Just go. Oh, God. Sub 15 zip run? Yeah, that's not really that hard. That is not that bad. Yeah, we should kindle. Group. Yeah, I mean, the Lord Vessel could be anywhere. Like, I don't... Even though that, like, we have a really good weapon, and, you know, we're killing a good amount of bosses, getting the Lord Vessel early on is... I think that was Qualag. It's so important. The Lord Vessel is just the most important item. It saves you hours. Where do I have to look for the Lord Vessel? Fucking everywhere. Alright. Just give it to me. What's it gonna be? Oh. My revenge. God, let me hit you. That's the slowest R2 I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck? See, the thing is, chat, like, we've had a lot of easy bosses, which means all of the DLC bosses are still left. And we still have fucking Capra Arena. Dude, there's fucking probably Manus in Capra Arena or fucking Calamite or some bullshit.
Thou hast journeyed far.
Alright, chat, hold on. I gotta be right back.
Much, chosen undead. Come hither, child.
Alright, I'm back. Music's here is kind of nice. We should probably kill her to despawn the enemies here, honestly.
Oh, chosen undead, I
We might lose our weapon.
since the day I become and beseech that.
Sorry. Oh wait, the cutscene didn't trigger. I guess I got too far away. Or wait. Oh, there we go.
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished.
Why did I get a soul of a proud knight? Alright. I kind of want to get more strength, because there, I don't know, there's like a lot of weapons that have really high strength requirements. And a lot of them are really good too. I mean, I could get a little bit more endurance. Yeah, like 27 strength is good, so I could use the dragon tooth and the... Not sure what else, actually, but there's definitely a few, like, high strength weapons. How much do these invaders give, actually? Hey, 5,000, that's not bad.
Toilet bitch.
Open the door. Sure. Not sure it really matters. I guess I will. Okay. I mean... We kind of need to start looting stuff. There's 4 bosses available, yeah, but... I mean, it's just... We need the Lord Vessel. Is it really worth running all the way back to Firelink Shrine to kill, like, Capra with this weapon? Just so I have to come all the way back here again just to fucking loot the place. I don't know. Oh, there's an enchanted... Oh my god. That's crazy.
You print money.
I don't think we should grab the FAP ring yet, though. If we get the FAP ring, it's gonna overwrite the Havels anyways. So we probably wait. Man, I'm really not sure. I really don't know what the best move here is. I mean, this weapon is great, but like we need to loot stuff. The thing is though, if there is a DLC boss in Capra's arena, obviously this is like, we probably have the best choice of weapon right now to do it. But I guess her level is still kind of low. Because the thing is, chat, every time you level up, you get more defense. You get like Fizz, Magic, Flame, Lightning, Defense, right? With every level up. So even if I don't have more HP, even if I don't have more HP, I am still tankier the later I do it in the run. Yeah, let's go try to kill Gwendolyn, I guess. Stack up on humanity. Let's see how much defense this gives us. 2. I mean, I guess every little bit counts. Does it like... I guess I should be popping humanity more. Not bad. Till 10, it's really good. Save them for healing. Nah. I would just rather have the survivability. Not really that worried about healing. Humanities are really fucking sus to use. Oh, oops. Do PvP on 99 soft humanity. Yeah, how'd you get all those? I guess I should buy humanities from all the merchants when I see them though, because I actually kind of forgot how I mean, I don't know how the scaling of it works, because I think once you start getting too much humanity, it stops being as effective.
Heretic. First thou offendest the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
Gollum. Nice roll. Oh yeah, we did fight Sanctuary Guardian, didn't we? Forgot about that. Yeah, I'm still getting a lot of damage from the scaling. Well, you can pick stuff. You have Crystal Halberd. Yeah, the Crystal Halberd's good, but it's not nearly as good as my current weapon. I don't know. I'm just kind of worried about Capra. Do I really want to go all the way back though? We don't even have the cage key, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I guess we go check Butterfly and Capra. I don't really want to be honest, but I guess it's fine. Because we have to loot all of Sen's anyways. So it's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, I guess. Because we're gonna have to loot all of Sen's and come back here and loot all of Anorlando, so it's just a few extra minutes. Do Pinwheel as well. Yeah. I could. Do we have access to the depths? No.
And boss choice.
Forgot about that. Can you set off this? I feel like there's a faster way for me to get down. Oh, I guess we could, well, we could free Logan. There's not really much of a point, though. I don't really want to level up the int. There's an elevator. Yeah, we don't have the key for it, though. That could have actually been pretty bad if that guy hit me. It would have been okay, but... All right. Looting time? No, we're gonna go to Capra. Oh yeah, I forgot. I wanted to check. No, too late now. Do I have souls? Yeah, I want to check Butterfly. I need to check. I need to buy. Like, humanity is actually pretty important for defense, and I'm feel kind of dumb for not realizing it sooner. Oh, I guess we can get some toxic stuff. No, I didn't do Taurus yet. I think it's 26. We're so strong. You know, I'm surprised we haven't lost this weapon yet from killing a boss. Alright, what kind of bullshit is here? Yeah. 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 Should have just boned, dude. I don't know, man. I could have survived there. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I needed to just hit him, because if I hit him, he was gonna go back and buff. But I also needed to heal, but I can't heal because I can't get past him. I'm gonna go try to fight him again. Could hit him, why hesitate? Because I wanted to heal. Because I was fucking low HP. That fight is 100% doable. You just really can't mess up. I mean, we are strong, but when we're pinned against a corner with a DLC boss that gives you 0 time to heal... That's so annoying that he's just slightly too big. The fact that you can't get past him at all is so fucked up. But I should have attacked him, because if I attack him, we can force him to roll away. Well, we don't really want him to buff up, but we needed to force the buff. I don't know. This is genuinely seems like a fight where if you, like, you have to do this like no hit basically. You can't really, and you don't really want to go past him. I'm getting perma-stunned. I love not being able to fucking Estus. This is so fucking toxic. This is insane. I want to practice this for a little bit. Like, I think that this is definitely doable, but you have to be so careful. And if he pushes you against the wall too much, like, it's actually just over. tried, Chad. I mean, I don't know. This is just... Getting Artorias there is so dangerous. I mean, it is doable. You know what? I also want to see... I want to test something as well. Can't I block him with shield? Yeah. I mean, I could. Yeah. Maybe I should have... Maybe I should have blocked him with the shield. I don't know. I'm just not... I'm not used to fucking fighting Artorias on a tiny fucking bridge. I can fight Artorias, but this is totally different. I want to see how much defense do I get. Like, is it still... $172. I mean, yeah, you get defense like all the way. Damn, that's crazy. I want to see how much this 99 humanity helps. I actually had no idea that humanity was so strong for defense. I guess it's never really, like, occurred, never really been that important. Every humanity counts like an extra level. Yeah, that's actually insane. Like, buying every single humanity you see is pretty important then. Check where the Lord vessel was. Yeah, I could. Dude, like, I can't even fucking go for that. I guess if my positioning was better. Yeah, blocking him kind of sucks ass too. The thing is, if I do enough damage, he's gonna start buffing. Just gets him to go back. See, like, I can't even punish that move. How much damage he still does. I would have gotten the fucking Dark Silver Tracer here as well. Yeah, I mean, it's doable. That is fucking terrifying, though. I was actually able to get past him. I was actually able to get past him at the corner here. Or at the end of the bridge. I don't know what allowed me to get past him. Maybe it was baiting out like the overhead attack makes his hitbox slightly smaller. That is scary as fuck though. It's definitely doable, but yeah, very scary. Would an Elizabeth Mushroom not give you enough regen to make it through?
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Elizabeth Mushroom would be insanely good in this, for sure. Also, having a humanity here would actually be, well, potentially useful. Yeah, Quaylag there is really fucking bad, too. Hitting Manus here is even more fucked. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Wow, the crest key was here. All right, let's see. Let's check. I don't even know which rando seed this was. Let's see. Where was the Lord Vessel? Apparently... hold on, I'm gonna go check. I'm curious if this is the spot. Wait, which fucking bonfire is this? Ta-da! All right. Yeah, that probably would have been like the last item that I grabbed. I really don't like going down to the catacombs. Check Capra. I don't know, man. Whatever. I am moving past that run. It was a good run. Artorias in that spot was really brutal, though. If I played better, we could have got him, but I just kind of panicked. Some of these situations are just so scary. I'm not used to staying right next to Artorias. for so long. Yeah, there was time to bone out. I think. It's just hard to know in the heat of the moment what to do. Yeah, I got cornered and I couldn't get past him. I just kind of started panicking because I was like, I had such little space to work with. Because the easiest way to heal against Artorias is to like outspace him. When he does that slow horizontal move, if you just like outspace it, you get a pretty big healing window. So I feel like it's so hard to heal if you stay right next to him, he's just never gonna let you heal. Kinda hungry. Need to get like a snack or something. Deep dish time. Rest in peace, D. The key items in this game, or the key items in the randomizer, have logic. I wish we could play the whole game with this song. It is a comfy song. I'm gonna go get some more water. I don't know, we could start another run. Maybe we should do some like Resident Evil instead though. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go get some water first though. Alrighty, I'm back. I am already kind of fat, though. Didn't check all classes. Honestly, man, most of the classes in this rando kind of suck. The problem is the stat spread, right? Having like 7 to 8 more useful stats makes such a big difference. Deprived is the best one? No. Deprived has... The problem with Deprived is it has 11 int, 11 faith, and 11 attunement, which is 7 wasted stats compared to this class. I'm not scared of you. Hunter is okay. Hunter still has like 2 points of wasted stats, I think. But yeah, it's not as bad as... It's not as bad as some of the others. My opinion on Roblox? I don't have an opinion on fucking Roblox. Oh.
Very
A cult club is good.
now. Come again.
Whatever, I don't care, man. I want to fucking loot. I don't care. Fuck it. I don't know, dude. It feels bad to run around and kill bosses for like It's like I want to loot but also kill bosses, but it's too hard. Fine, we win these. Stop giving me good weapons, game, dude. I just want to loot. No fat though.
Come back soon.
Could probably use this weapon. I just want to pick this stuff up, man. Fuck. My loot goblin tendencies just cannot fucking handle it. I just... I mean, we could fix our armor at Andre. Bye. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is like I want when I get a good weapon, I want to keep it, but at the same time, if I'm not gonna find the Lord Vessel. I'm not gonna find the Lord Vessel unless I loot. And the Lord Vessel just makes everything so much better.
Majestic!
The only runs I progressed were the ones where I got good weapons and killed bosses. Yeah, I know. But at the same time, you save yourself so much time by not having to run back through the area and loot it all again. But it is definitely a lot riskier. Hard to be patient, man.
Go and get yourself. Go and get you.
You don't have any souls from the merchants? But we do have bones, so... Why am I fat rolling? Oh my god. Oh god, I'm dead. Maybe not. Oh joy. This is not really what I wanted to happen. I can get past this guy, I think. Everything's fine. More hits. One more jump. Nice. On head slam, dude. Stop fucking jumping. He's really enjoying spamming the same. Why does that do damage, dude? amazing. Don't die, I'm trying not to. I'm trying. Oh yeah, sorry, my music is still at 10.
Welcome.
Forgot I did that before.
Thou art welcome.
Lighter helm. I don't think it's lighter by much, though. We got one more endurance level up, we can mid-roll. Yeah, we're on mid-roll now, which is good. Hurrah. Alright, we're going to Sif, and we'll act... I mean, I think what we did in the last run was good. Like, we did Sif. Maybe, I mean, we could check Butterfly before we go to Sif. Just to see what it is. I don't know if that's a good idea. It was so close to falling off. It'd be sick if you could get to the Hydra area from Butterfly. That'd be so nice. They just parry these guys. All right. Gargoyle. Alright. To Sif. Well, I wanna...
Holy shit, this is so hot.
I wanna go to Sif. So, I want to go to Sif for the souls, and so I can unlock Shiva, whatever. Does this weapon I have upgrade, by the way? Or is it... It's kind of crazy how low the stat requirements are for this weapon. Dragon scales, oh, it's 10,000 each then. Good to know, though. Isn't it 20k? Does this weapon cost 20k? I mean, most... From what I know... Dragon scales are 10,000 each. Hey Don, Nix, thank you for the subs, guys. Why did they make dragon weapons so fucking expensive to upgrade anyways? Like, Twinkling Titanites are only 2,000. And those weapons are fucking broken as shit. I want to go the other way. They don't have stat scaling? Do all of them? I mean, the Dragon Tooth has stat scaling, no? Not bad. Not very good. Robe. We're making good pace on this run, though, honestly. I mean, if I'm quick with killing the bosses and getting to the areas, then I guess it's not too bad rushing the bosses. Oh, we get a DLC boss in a tight space. Yeah.
And here.
I'd like to speak, but don't re- Do you? Do you?
Buy a few more bones from this guy.
Don't get yourself.
All right. We are gonna go down to Quelaag now. I think that's probably the play, or maybe we... All right, maybe we kill Lautrec and then we go see what Capra is and do the Undead Merchant and maybe also free Griggs. What enemies do we have here? I'm so close. That's great. Did I rest at the Firelink bonfire? Oh my. Where did this guy fucking come?
I trade for
Holy
souls.
shit, this is so hot.
Everything's for sale.
Ooh, Soul of Manus. This guy has so many items. It's fucking absurd. Fire bombs. Titanite. He's got a oh, he's got a Black Knight Greatsword. That's good. Hornet Ring. Okay.
Thank you, kind.
Oh, did he have humanity? Oh, and a Divine Blessing. 2 Divine Blessings.
Thank you, kind.
Jesus Christ. I was ready this time for the fucking Grave Lord at least. There's a blow dart guy in there. Alright, if we get a Giga ship boss here, I'm just gonna quit out because I really don't want to fucking run back through this shit. Golem, okay. That's good. Nice. Make him fall off the tiny ledge. The dogs are tied to the arena. And not, tied to the, sorry, they're not tied to the arena, they're tied to the boss. That's what I meant to say. Alright, chill, dude. Relax. I'm sorry. More homeward bones, a bit cheaper. Ooh, infinite twinklies again. Dragon greatsword. And we do have a Black Knight greatsword. We have a Black Knight greatsword at the Undead Merchant, and so I mean we could get it to +5. I don't know if it's worth. I don't think it's worth doing that yet, though. I mean, our current weapon is good enough. I'm gonna go try to free Griggs. Does Griggs have an int requirement, or is it just Logan? Or is Griggs' int requirement lower? Is it 10? Pretty chill here. Wait, I don't have the fucking residence key. Right, I can't use the master key for this. Well, never mind. Oops. Just gonna leave. Alright, we'll go to Qualag now. And do that fight, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of sad hearing about Blue Point. I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about the Shadow of the Colossus remake, to be fair. There's been people that are vocal about Demon Souls, though. Didn't I shit on it because of the forest? I never shit on the game. The forest is annoying in the speedrun. That's all I ever said. Quiet Place? Well, that game is terrible. Oh, come on, man. I think I bought some purples. Oh no, I just bought... Well, I should have bought more of those. I thought I did. More dragon scale bottomless box. I guess we'll buy that. He has the Calamity Ring. Oh, that's great. I don't know if it's necessarily the art direction. It's just they did change a lot. Like they did change quite a few character models compared to the original, which wasn't really necessary. But again, I don't hate Demon Souls remake or anything because of that. Guardian. Attacker? Stop that. Okay, I was... What are you fucking doing, dude? Man, we're lucky that we haven't gotten a weapon drop from killing all these bosses. Some more defense. The humanity strat. Yeah, I played through Neo 3. It was a good game. I had fun with it, but I have moved on from Neo. What's up, Kyle? Is there any game I'm waiting for besides RE9? I don't think so. I'm definitely killing. Some of his attacks are just... oh. I should have been able to heal that. Maybe I still could have. I don't know if he can follow that move up or not. I don't know how I didn't roll that, but... And it is just so hard to punish him unless he does the right move. Oh, fuck. I don't think I didn't realize what he was doing fast enough. He's gonna do a lot of fucking damage now. Well, he loses his buff is just temporary, right? If I remember correctly. God damn it. Stop. All right. Let's get out of here, I guess. Check items. Nah, I guess we're just gonna go to fucking sends. I mean, 7 bosses in an hour isn't bad. We've been pretty lucky with the bosses that we got, though. So scared of the dark wraiths. I'm so bad at fighting them. That could have been really bad. He doesn't even give a shit. Oh my god. What is that? Oh. Oh. Oh! Actually a snake enemy here? That's kind of funny. Turn away from the guy with the huge halberd. Yeah, I didn't think he would actually attack me there, to be honest. What's up, show chat? We suffering? Kind of. Oh my god. That could have been bad. Bro, what the? This is horrible. Like, he's going to kill me. His tail there is going to knock me off. Or his wing. I actually don't know what I can even do here. Truthfully. I think we might have to bait the lightning attack and then run. Oh my god! My god! That is not okay. so much soul. Unlimited large too. Nice. Whip, blacksmith hammer, butcher knife, slumbering. Oh, slumbering dragon crest is good.
Go along, try and make, but
Got 2,000 for black fire bombs. No thanks. I might buy one, just simply in case I need to kill a fucking egg. It's fine.
there you go, another break. Hit the
Level 45. Not bad. There's a fucking rock thrower up there. Sure. Oh, why? Fucking Manus, dude. I gotta go to the bathroom. I mean, we can kill him. It's just gonna take forever, but it should be doable. Is that fucking rock guy making his way back to me? I think it's fine. I'll be right back. Okay, no I'm not. Bro, what the fuck? I literally, as I'm leaving my fucking room, I hear the enemy, dude. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Here we go. I just can't with this game, dude. Fuck off, man. Oh my god. I should have went down the bridge. Fuck. Game is too hard. I didn't think I was that fucking close, dude.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Another God Seed wasted. Bro, that fight is fucking bullshit. If he does the Wombo combo, I don't know. I mean, so many of these deaths are just like... The arena is the fucking boss. The true boss. Not the fucking boss itself. The fucking arena. This fucking arena sucks ass, dude. It's so bad. There's so many terrible fights here. Isn't that the point? Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, it's a randomizer. You sometimes get a shitty boss in a shitty arena. Doesn't mean I can't say it's shitty. Quelaag here is horrible. I didn't want to pin myself. I didn't want to go on the like thin part of the arena, but I probably should have. There's not enough space in the center to avoid his wombo combo. Should practice quit outs. I mean, I'm not. If I mean, if I just spammed quit out, we probably would have already been done with this fucking challenge. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of enemies. They're about to pin me in a corner. Let me just quit out. I use quit outs if it's to like save time, but, and I don't mean save time by like preventing my run from dying, but there's a few situations where quitting out is fine. But yeah, for the most part, quit outs are like not allowed. Another run down the drain. Such is the life of a Dark Souls 1 rando permadeath streamer. Hold on, I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna go grab a snack. You believed in me. I believed in myself. And then I got fucking wombo comboed off a cliff. And now I'm back to the fucking start. And some of the bosses that you can get in this rando are truly just devious. Like, I feel like one of the most important things, genuinely, for this rando is getting a good boss in the Quelaag arena. What the new RE YouTuber does, edit out the parts you die and claim you did it without dying. Are you talking about the... what's his name? Zero or whatever? Hey. Or are you talking about somebody else? He's legit, I think. It's the other one? Oh, okay. It always kind of bothers me when somebody claims, like, permadeath, but then... I mean, I shouldn't say it bothers me. But... I am slightly sus when somebody posts, like, a challenge, but they don't post the full VOD. Like, the unedited footage. Because it's like, okay, like, you did a permadeath, but... like, did you actually? We did Berserker Plus with a basic default pistol, no healing. And he gets to the most insane part, he says it was easy and shows none of it. Amazing. Maybe we'll just stay. Maybe we'll just sit here, chat. Just enjoy the music. Yeah. Yeah, that's cringe trance. But that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, if you're posting a heavily edited video, it's like how there's just no way to know if they actually did it legit. Yimfa's videos are edited, and I believe his challenge runs. Yeah, but Yimfa doesn't, like... I mean, he's not... I don't think Yimfa does, like, permadeath. Wait, Sunlight Straight Sword? I can use this? I thought this had, like, faith requirement or something. It's not. The new RE content is describe the story and show a tiny bit of gameplay. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. I watched one of those, I watched one of Zero's videos on like one of his Resident Evil Permadeath challenges, but it was like so heavily edited, I was like, I don't know, I would rather just see the full thing, you know what I mean? Like, weirdly enough. It was too edited for me. Yeah, that's true, Trent. I mean, I'm not saying that the Zero guy is, like, sus or anything. I'm just saying that I would rather see, like... I don't know, the video was just... Oh, that's a good weapon. Hammer vamos. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not very good at describing what I mean, but his video was just so heavily edited it didn't even feel like gameplay anymore, I guess is the best way I would describe it.
That's good. Very now.
Ooh, Soul of Menace. What's up, Kyle? Dragon Tooth?
Come again?
Okay. I wouldn't trust an edited speedrun with a full VOD. I'm not sure what I don't know what you're asking exactly. Large ember, damn. Dude, what is going on? I just found 3 fucking embers. Stop, man. This challenge looks fun, even if it's brutally unfair. Yeah. It's fun. It's also, there's some aspects of this that I would probably prefer to change. Honestly, I think the biggest thing is, I feel like the weaponsmith box should just be, like guaranteed from somewhere, like from Andre, I guess. The weaponsmith box. Yeah, so for those who don't know what I'm talking about, there's an item in this game, it's called the weaponsmith box. You get it from Andre normally in the base game, or the vanilla game, and it lets you upgrade your weapon at Bonfire. And I feel like part of the reason why doing all the bosses in a row is like the best strat is because it's such a pain, because if you start looting shit and you get a weapon like a +0 weapon, I mean, you can get a longsword, for example, but it's gonna be fucking terrible unless you upgrade it. So it's really tedious having to like go to a blacksmith every time you want to upgrade a weapon. But it is part of the challenge, so it is what it is. Who am I talking to? Oh, I don't know, my fucking chat. What's the Zero guy? It's just a YouTuber who does like Resident Evil challenge runs. But Trance is talking about somebody else, just to clarify. Holy dragon butt. Under the tail. I can't wait for that guy to make videos on Resident Evil 9 and have people in my YouTube chat telling me about it. World's first no-damage Resident Evil 9 run, spliced with 500 hits, but nobody realizes because... I don't know, apparently there's some Resident Evil streamer who, like, is splicing his runs. I don't even know who Trance is talking about, Salad, but I don't really want to know. Biggie, chill. Talking about the Zero guy? No, apparently there's somebody else. When Trance brought it up, I thought about the Zero guy first off, but... Zero from Temu. Yeah, Trance. I mean, the thing is, if a video is well edited, you're not really ever gonna... Like, that's the thing. If somebody... The worst part about speedrunning is that if somebody actually knows what they're doing and knows all, like, the intricacies of the game, and they splice a video perfectly, nobody is gonna know. I mean, people who are super knowledgeable or, like, have a ton of time in the game might be able to tell, but there's not really gonna be like concrete proof. Maybe all my runs are fake. Yeah, maybe. That's why I stream them all. Do it live. I mean, I think that Zero guy is legit as well, but it's also sus to me. Like, why, if you're doing such a hard challenge, why not just upload the proof that you actually did it? I guess nobody fucking cares except the people who also play the game. Like somebody who's just like, oh, this sounds interesting, and they watch the video. They're not gonna give a shit. I don't know, Anne. I don't know. Anyways, let's stop talking about drama and just move on from the subject. Oh, no, 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 not again, not again. Oh, oh, oh! Forgot about this. Dude, let me sit at the fucking bonfire. Alright, you know what? I'm just quitting out because I could de-aggro this guy if I run all the way to the fucking... I don't care, chat. Fucking sue me. I don't care. I'm not fucking... I'm so impatient. I don't want to fucking wait for this piece of shit. Ooh, unlimited large. Gold tracer.
Don't get your...
Quit out now. What's to stop you from quitting out to prevent dying? I don't know. My integrity. Yeah, the chain prisoner had me trapped. It was all over. This area is grave lorded. Hey, Juho. think we go work our way up this way. Loot these items. That was kind of scary. My God, I can light roll. This is actually good. I think we're gonna go focus getting these 2 merchants. Because if we get we're most likely gonna be able to buy infinite Titanite shards from one of these merchants. This is fucking horrible. Dude, why is the range of that so good? Firekeeper soul. Titanites, I think. Oh, unlimited twinklies as well. And a butcher knife, demon great hammer. Fucking 3 rings. Holy shit.
Ah, come.
The Titanite shards are fucking expensive though. Maybe the female undead merchant will have cheaper ones. Bro, what? Where's the fucking caster lady? Bro, what the fuck? No way. No fucking way! We can go up the ladder. Oh, this is really bad. Okay. Dude, the fucking mushroom is here. Oh my god, you stupid fucking mushroom. Ooh, black fire bombs, green titanite, which can be turned into normal titanite, so that's good. This is 100 titanite, like, right there. And I wish that I could move in I wish I could do increments of 10. And homeward bones. Does LBRB do that? No. Thought you had some, like, secret... Thought you knew the strats or something. But no, it doesn't. Just a button? Well... It was secret to me, if that was the case. Alright. I think... Man, I need souls to upgrade my weapon. Oh, you're gonna have to... Yeah, fine. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I'll go kill this skeleton again. You're not supposed to do that. And bone wheels here. There's still not really enough souls.
Come again.
Did Elden Ring have bone wheels? I don't think so. So expensive to upgrade. It's not actually that expensive, but... $15. I love this enemy! It's so much fun! Oh, I'm gonna go fucking kill the gargoyles.
Toilet, bitch.
You know, I had a feeling the bug was I should have just went on the elevator. I didn't want to ride the elevator down and back up. I knew that there was a possibility that might happen. I should have killed the vagrant. I just get so impatient, man. It's only one boss in. Yep. Lord Vessel was in the catacombs. What about the weaponsmith box? It was from fucking Four Kings. The fuck, dude? The Covenant of Artorias was also in the catacombs. I'm never gonna fucking finish this rando, chat. So many of my deaths are just to being impatient. It is just fucking, like, I just can't. Man, just not. The randomized Lord Vessel is just fucking suffering. It really is. And no weaponsmith box.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark, they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
All right, I'm back. All right, you know, we're gonna try something different this run, chat. We're going Undead Berg first. Straight into Berg. About catacombs first? That sounds fun. Upping my bet then? What the? It's all good. Alright, first boss down. Ooh, Ring of Fog. All right. I'm sticking to my word. Going straight there. Oh, God. Dragon butt, I swear to God. Come fucking fall off the cliff, dude. I don't care. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of any of you. Can we not? Just go, 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 go. I almost just died. But I didn't.
Thank you, Kai.
I don't know if I should have popped these. Well, I want to buy these at least.
Oh, that come.
Ask of the Father.
Thank you, Kai.
Toilet bitch.
Everything's fine. Never mind. Hollow's blocking the way. Now I'm stuck. Everything's fine. Just go for it. Go for it. Fucking go. He's coming! Oh! Just a butterfly, it's fine. 20 homwards. I mean, they were 50 each. Whatever, man. Oh, look at that kick damage. Oh, God. I think you need 34 strength for this weapon.
Very now.
Oh, Crystal Halberd is expensive though. 15,000. That's good. Heat of the Depths. Eat a new Londo. Oh, not the Gauntlet of Thorns. Slumbering Dragon Crest. Oh. Oh. What? Bruh. Don't mind me. Just coming on through. I don't think I'm going to be able to get over this ledge. Fine. I'm going the normal way. Come on, give me a weapon. I stores straight sword. Yeah, if we don't get an item that fixes us here, I'll probably do that. No fucking shot, dude. Alright, it's fine. The sword should still fix us. Honestly, fuck both of these super heavy things. Alright, we're back to normal-ish. We're still fat, but... I mean, our level ups are decent. Getting a good amount of souls. We also have Titanite shards and Twinklies. Okay, got the worst weapon in the game, that's good. This guy is also blocking the path to the merchant. What if I hit him? Will he fall? Oh my... Wait, plus 10? Bro, I could have fucking... I forgot. I could have... Dude, I should have checked. Wait, what is... Hold on, I just want to see. I don't even think a plus 10... A plus 10 is just the same as basic, yeah. But regardless, we could have had a fucking blacksmith giant hammer if I fucking... Oh, god damn it, I forgot. I should have just bought the catalyst and... Whatever, it's fine. I honestly, I would rather not get a good weapon. I genuinely just... I hate not looting stuff. It bothers me so much, but I do think not looting stuff is the best strategy. It just doesn't feel like you're actually making progress. Gold. I mean, if we got 25 decks, we could use the gold tracer. It does upgrade with Twinklies, I think. I don't think that's really worth it, though. Lord Vessel! Oops. Oh my god, bro, I didn't even... What the fuck, dude? What is that damage, man? I didn't even see it. I was looking at the fucking Hydra. I can't, dude. These fucking vagrants are so cancer. Oh my god. That's what you get for running past all those enemies? Bro, I didn't even have a weapon I could use. In the original Rando, they gave you a double humanity. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Be more fun with keeping upgrade levels. Yeah.
Welcome home,
I mean, yeah, keeping upgrade levels on the weapons would be nice. For sure. The Rando basically lets you get like a max upgrade twinkling weapon though, very quickly. In a lot of cases, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Kind of need it. I don't think I can take another death to a fucking vagrant today, chat. Oh my god. I don't respect the vagrants enough, and I should because I know how much damage they do. That both of this run and the last one, both. I don't give enough respect to the vagrants because the thing is, sometimes they just don't. Sometimes they don't do anything. And other times, I think I'm far enough away that they're not going to spam the range attack, but they can spam it from pretty far. They're the least intimidating looking enemy. Yeah. The worst part about vagrants is they only drop 100 souls. They're like completely useless to kill. They don't really help you in any way, apart from, you know, getting rid of them so you don't die. They never, I don't think vagrants ever drop any items, and they only give 100 souls. Really sucks. I'm gonna lose my mind doing this rando. I feel like I need like a break from this soon. Is it worse than DS2? Do you mean like difficulty wise? It's definitely way this challenge is way more frustrating than the Dark Souls 2. I am taking fucking mental damage from the dude. I hate. I feel like I'm in Groundhog's Day with this run. Okay, back to fucking Firelink. Time to loot my fucking items that are all shit and make me fat. Oh, I found a really good weapon. Time to not loot anything for an hour straight.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags.
Honestly, dude, getting the Lord Vessel is the only thing that's gonna make me actually lock in to this run. What? I mean, I guess I'll reset it just in case. I don't know. Never seen that message before. I didn't do anything differently. Oops. You never go to catacombs first? I mean, I can try, but it's not gonna end well. Not many of these are ending well regardless. Yeah, well, it's definitely not gonna end well if I go to the fucking catacombs. There's so many enemies there. The thing is, I want to loot everything, chat, but the issue with looting everything is that you may end up in a situation where you don't have any good, like, you don't have any good weapons left, and now you have to kill a bunch of bosses. I guess the one thing is, a lot of the time, a merchant will have a really good weapon. So if a merchant has a really good weapon, then it's fine. You can just loot as much as you want and then go grab that weapon. You're losing your mind watching this? Well, at least you're fucking watching. I'm the one fucking enduring it.
Regrettably.
Why does Smo seem easier here? This boss is scaled down. Why is my weapon so strong? This is a good starting weapon, actually. Has fizz and fire. We could try to go for the... Do we go for the instant burg strat? The burger strat? He just sent that guy to fucking outer space. Whatever, man. I'm not scared of you. I would be scared of him, but I'm 4 minutes in, so it's okay. Titanite demon in that room, right? Oh look, it's my favorite fucking enemy. It's trying to attack me. I don't like that. Yeah, I should probably check the... Oh, wait, that... Oh. It's a ghost. Right. Great. Oh, there's a great club here. That's not bad. The archive power key. You know what? I'm just gonna buy the Ring of Steel protection. I'm curious how much defense it actually gives.
Thank you, Kai.
Oh, it's actually a fair bit. That's not bad. I mean, it's better than nothing.
Oh.
You know what? I don't really... It's weird how all the enemies go... Like when you're down by the undead merchant, they go down that way for some reason. Not really sure why. I don't believe that you're stuck. Okay. Oh. Why can't he... I should have just went for the... Nice. This is fucking so ass, dude. Let him go to space again? I don't think that's gonna happen. Go down in the hole. Thank you. Actually, wait. No, we don't really want that. Oh, fuck it. I'm sending it. Oh! 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 Come on, Twinklies. No. I think this weapon upgrades with Twinklies, right? Black firebombs, though? Some cheaper bones.
Come again if you...
She sells shit. She does. That she does. Thank you, ma'am. Oh my god, I didn't open the fucking... I didn't open the gate! Whatever, it's fine. I'm just gonna loot, I think. We don't have twinkling titanites. Maybe Andre will have infinite twinklies, but there's other weapons we can find. This blacksmith doesn't sell upgrade materials. Not infinite anyways. Not that I've ever seen.
Come back soon.
Goodbye, hammer. Why not upgrade your weapon? Well, that guy doesn't do weapon upgrades. Rather, I don't have twinklies to upgrade right now. Oh, I actually poised through that. Don't do it, Piggy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh. Could have bought some arrows. Time to go off the ledge. I'm feeling good about this snake, guys. She's gonna have the Lord Vessel. Aren't they? Yeah, the steel ring's already gone. Oh well. Easy. He didn't die. Oh, never mind. He did. We should put bows in your offhand. The thing is, you can't two-hand your left hand in this game, Sal. You wouldn't be able to use the bow if it was in your left hand. Bows are right-handed only. Alright guys, I guess maybe you're just saying you wish the game was different, or if you didn't know, now you know. Yeah, I guess it could equip it into your second right-hand slot.
Don't get yourself.
Yeah. That'd be nice. You'd be even heavier. That's also true. That is very true. I think poison in this game is like terrible. Just awful.
Don't get yourself. Oi.
Nice great bow in the second slot, yeah. Yeah, because the thing is, if the great bow did go in your second slot, then like the only thing that's gonna replace it is finding another bow, which is like probably quite unlikely. Ob losed his mind. Did he die? No, I don't have any arrows. Oh yeah. We have black fire bombs. Great bow. Dude, holy shit, the moment I drop down, this guy fucking jump attacks me. Do not jump attack me through the wall. He was thinking about it. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god, why is the scissor guy so fast? Oh! Dark hand. Dark hand is good. I'm really fat though. Can fight with that? No, I'd rather have some other shitty weapon. Let's keep looting.
Oh. But you know. Oh, that's good. Very well. Now. Come again.
My gloves heavy? 16. Fucking 16?
Come again.
We need to get rid of this chess piece. This drip is horrendous. What the fuck? Homeless drip. Pay attention to the vagrant. He wants to ruin our lives. Not again, dude. These fucking vagrants. They're so fucking shit. It's absurd. Getting real tired of this goddamn elevator. Can we get a mod to make this elevator like twice as fast for the rando, please? I'm gonna ride this elevator like thousands of times. Wow, 16 damage. That's good. I'm going for it. I don't fucking care. I'm going for it. I should have just went up. I should have just went up. I should have just went up. I had to just send it, man. That was dumb. I thought I might have had enough time, but the dark hand just didn't do enough damage. Your points? Yeah, sorry guys. I don't want to kill that DLC enemy, man. He has too much health, and he's gonna kill me so fast. It's tough being a believer, yeah. I should have just climbed the ladder. I was just afraid that he was gonna spit on me when I went up the ladder, but I think it was the better play. I had heavy armor, so it was very unlikely I would have gotten one shot. I don't know if he can grab me off the ladder, but... maybe I should have just thrown black fire bombs at him. They weren't doing that much damage, though. Only like 100. What was it, like 110? Losing concentration? Not really. I mean, I just made the wrong choice there. I thought I could kill that guy and still make it up the ladder in time. But that was dumb of me to assume. It was risky, yeah. But the alternative is trying to fight a Black Knight Great Axe enemy and a DLC enemy at the exact same time. So I would rather take the risk than... because honestly, I'm just... if I try to fight those two enemies at once, I'm going to die. Especially with the Dark Hand. I don't know. It's whatever, man. We went for it and we failed. I'm getting a bit tired though. Rip that run. I think I'm gonna anyways, chat. I kinda wanna go get some dinner. Go get some dinner and relax. I've been streaming for a while. Never thought this run would be so painful. Honestly, this run requires a level of patience that I'm not quite sure I have. But I'm still gonna keep trying.